30 seconds and say, welcome to Portugal, here are the highlights. You go straight in. And we can build up, we can do the scene setting as we're going through the start sequence.
Kind of, the image is contradicting what it's saying there, right? It says 8 feet down, first start approach.
Sure.
It says 8 feet still up.
Yeah. I know, but it is confusing. Yeah. Okay. Well, you can change what it says here. You can just get rid of 8 feet down and say first start for 49 at FX, approximately at 14:30, and that's starting sequence, right?
Okay. Shall we do the highlights? I think this would be good. Do you have them? Yeah, then let's do it. Any timing yet, Mario? Access nothing? Can someone call them and ask them? To ask when they want to start. Yeah, well, that's 8 minutes from now. Let's go on. Let's go. Let's just see it out. I'm just gonna put this down here for the fast set down for the keep say the timing here now. Okay, can you put it a little bit here so I can so it's outside of the timing? Yeah? Okay, where is it? I'm almost there. Sind die Treffer im aggressiven Modus? Ja, aber ich muss jetzt schnell machen, oder? Ja, okay, und so weiter so. Okay, then let's go. Da sind schon erste Marklandings, ne, weißt du. Ja, weil es jetzt in den Analytics steht und so. And a little still. Okay. You come back? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, send it. Observe you guys will that as well. Bisschen weiter. I'm left. No, I'm right. Okay, start it.
Welcome to Portugal for our live coverage of the 49er European Championships. We're getting to the business end of the regatta, and coming up we've got some 49er FX Gold Fleet racing on the schedule. My name is Andy Rice, and sitting next to me is a former 49er Olympian, so who better to be our resident expert and technical analyst than Marcus Bauer. Now, welcome, Marcus.
Hi.
Now, we had a little bit of delay in the racing earlier today. There's been a bit of sitting around, a bit of chatting about a few controversies, which we might touch on a little bit later, but the racing is about to get underway. What kind of conditions do you think we can expect?
Well, it was obviously really light today down here in the marina, which is close to this river. We had a good breeze actually all day, but out on the course it was like 3 knots, very light. And I think we have a building sea breeze now. Locals say it's going to go up to 12 knots. So very nice conditions. Big swell out there today. I think we're going to see that in the images later on. So difficult conditions again, but not as light as they were before.
So the big swell of the Atlantic here, just off the coast of Porto. It's one of the features of the sailing here. It's made for some fantastic images so far, and even in the light breezes you still get that swell, which makes it really challenging, and some of the sailors have been talking about how much their knees and legs have been hurting in some of the lighter breezes. They almost wish that the breeze was stronger like it was a couple of days ago so they can stretch their legs.
Yeah, and obviously going uphill and downhill on these big swelling waves all the time makes it really demanding. The apparent wind changing all the time. Very, very challenging conditions here so far.
And so we're going to wait to hear just how close the start of the first 49er FX race of the day is. We should just be a few minutes away. And we're going to be seeing how the best 25 teams in the girls' fleet are getting on against each other. So just tell us who's been going well so far and why.
Well, the leaders at the moment are the German pair Jozok and Lorenz, who had a spectacular series so far. They're known to be very good light wind sailors, so they had a two very good days. The first 2 days were light wind, but then there was a strong wind day, and they performed really, really superior as well. I think they had a first and second place, so great performance from them so far. And obviously the second place boat, Annemiek Beckering, they performed very well too. We just looked at their discards. She has a 14th place, discarding a 14th place. Jozok and Lawrence a 9th place, so a little bit better on the discard side. But it's going to be a very close battle for the finals for sure, and I'm looking forward to the races to come in the next 2 days.
Now the funny thing is that you always get a few high-profile casualties in terms of not making it through to the Gold Fleet racing, and we had an Olympic champion, Tamara Echegoyen from Spain, just missing out on getting into the top 25. So Echegoyen and Berta Betanzos, her crew, incredibly disappointed not to get through. And we had a similar scenario with young Kiwi team Marcus Hansen and Josh Perebski, second in the world 2 years ago. Again, missed out the Gold Fleet by just 1 point. Now, that was familiar territory for me back in the day, Marcus. I'm sure that never happened to you. You were never on the bubble.
Of course it did. Of course it did. I think I had 1 Silver Fleet Worlds as well. My last ones, actually.
Your last
so
one.
It was time to quit.
Well, let's hope it's not time to quit for some of the teams we've just mentioned then. They've got a lot of sailing ahead of them in their careers. So let's take a look at some highlights of some of the previous days racing, and hopefully it will give you a sense of just how big these waves are and just how great some of the sailing is here in Porto.
Join us halfway through the 49er and 49er FX European Championship on what is probably one of the most critical race days. The 49er women start final series racing. The 49er men launch into their final day of qualification to decide who will emerge into the Gold Fleet final series and keep their door open to a podium finish. The weather had other plans though. A test of patience with fleets held ashore waiting for the breeze. Sailors could relax, yet keep heads alert to race.
Yeah, we just played some card games where I won.
Mental training. That's what the coach is doing the whole day.
I don't know.
Oh, is it me? We've been playing cards and just relaxing in our free time here.
Chilling out and drinking coffee.
Tried to stay in the shade and we've been playing cards for a few hours.
With the wind failing to fill in, racing was cancelled for the women, but it later kicked in enough for the men to complete their qualification series. Two races were sailed for each of the three men's fleets. The qualification bubble was a tough mental test for those in leaderboard places 20 to 30, where the battle was on for those who would qualify to the top 25 cut and advance to Gold Fleet Final Series racing.
Yeah, I think today will be a tricky day for everyone out there, especially there'll be the teams who are, you know, between like 20 to 30, maybe 15 to 35. Yeah, they'll all be wanting to have a good day to get themselves into Gold Fleet. You know, I remember being in that position, you know, when we were nippers, and it was always like quite exciting going out. It was, and you definitely have a big celebration if you you made the gold fleet. So I'm sure they will be close.
The results went in favour of Brazil's Bianchi and Lobier, who knocked out 2 top 10 finishes. Their climb of 1 place up the leaderboard guaranteed Gold Fleet qualification and now puts them in the firing line to advance higher.
For sure, being a Gold Fleet in a European Championship is a really good thing for us. So we are for sure a lot of happy and we enjoy this time.
Final series racing at the European Championships in Porto continues tomorrow for the 49er and 49er FX fleets. These teams know what it takes to win and the battle will intensify. So who will rise above the fleet to earn their win? Stay tuned.
So that was a flavour of how things were yesterday. A lot of sitting around, but eventually David Campbell-James, the race officer, managed to get some racing in for the men. It was very light conditions and it was very tough, but you don't hear that much complaining. The sailors are very used to just getting on with whatever's thrown at them. I don't know if that's because of maybe Qingdao 2008, those incredibly light wind Olympic Games that we had then, and people getting used to sailing in virtually no wind.
I think it's been part of the game for a long, long time to sail in these difficult, close to shore conditions and also very light conditions. I remember the first race of the Sydney Olympic class, and it was a 180 degrees shift and they didn't call it off. So it can be very challenging in the 49er. It's part of the game, and yeah, you just got to deal with it.
It was interesting speaking to Pete Burling and Blair Tuke, the reigning world champions. They came off the start where they wanted to yesterday near the committee boat end, and Pete Burling said all the boats we spat out, which by which he meant any boat that got a bad start and it was in their bad air and had to tack out to the right-hand side. They got a lucky 20 to 30 degree right-hand shift, and suddenly all those boats that he spat out came in ahead of him, and he was 20th around the top mark. He pulled back to 8th, but it was that kind of day. Nathan Outridge dropped from 3rd overall in the standings to 11th after yesterday's 2 races. So they were critical races, and as we mentioned earlier, it went the wrong way for the young Kiwis, Josh Perebski and Marcus Hansen, who they just missed the cut for Gold Fleet.
I do think we have the overall results, and I think the start's not too far away. I think could be 3 minutes to go. We're getting that info off the water. Maybe enough time to briefly look at the overall results. As they currently stand, we've got Jutzok Lawrence in the lead, as we said before. Beckering and Dutz following them with 3 points behind, but we can see the bigger discards, 14 points. 3 Danish teams in 3rd to 5th position. Schut, Hansen, Salskov, Iversen and Bart Nielsen. Tusgaard really close on points there. Conti and Klaptrich in 6th place. Eriksson Klinger, the Swedish team coached by Paul Brotherton, in 7th place. And 8th place, Stayard Compon from
France.
And in 9th place, it's Maloney and Meach from New Zealand. And 10th place, Nace and Runningen from Norway. We'll look at the whole leaderboard a little bit later on.
Just over 1 minute to the start now. We've got about 1 minute and 10 to the start, and there you can see them beginning to rack up. And can't quite see what flag they've got, but one of the popular flags this week has been the U flag. It's like a slightly watered down version of the black flag, because if you're over at the start but there's a general recall, then you get a second go at it. But anyway, the girls will be hoping that they manage to stay behind the line, get a perfect start without crossing the line too early, because that would be disastrous for them.
Series leaders, Jutzok and Lawrence lining up at the top end of the line, close to the starting boat. Let's have a look at where the second placed boat is. And by the way, if you want to look at all the data yourself, go to sapsailing.com and check out everything yourself. Let's look at, I'm just highlighting in the sailing analytics.
Not long to the start now. Should be about 10 seconds to go. Boats in final positioning and just getting rolling. Some boats still some way back behind the committee boat. And you see one of the Danish boats crossing behind on port tack. That's Ida Nielsen going for a port tack underneath the fleet. Now that can be a very, very strong strategy in 49er racing, and one of the things we've noticed in some of the racing out to sea on Porto is just how strong the right hand side is. So Sarah Stayart here, front of picture, really good start for the French, very strong pin end start, but is that necessarily the way to go on this course? Well, we'll find out soon enough. But Ida Nielsen, for the reigning European champion, she's won the two. Oh, hang on a moment, it looks like we might have a general recall. And so there we see the general recall flag on that chase boat going across the front of the fleet. So we're going to have to restart this race in a moment. Very good start there for the French, but unfortunately it didn't come to anything.
It looked like the line was biased to the left quite dramatically. We've got wind sensors out on the water, and it looks like there was at least 10 to 15 degrees biased to the left-hand side. So probably part of the reason why they did a general recall. So that gives us a little time to go back to the leaderboard and to go to page 2 of the leaderboard, which we couldn't look at before. Let us get that up.
So Leonie Meyer, Eleanor Stoffers, they will be hoping to rise up those rankings, very aware of the fact that their teammates in the first of the German trial events to decide who goes to the Olympic Games, very aware that Herzog and Lawrence are currently leading this regatta, followed by the French Sebessi and Bossard, then the Norwegian sisters, the Agarup sisters, spent some time growing up in Australia, the home of skiff sailing, and there we have Dawson and Copeland from down under, and then two Finnish teams, Kurt Bay and Canerva, and Ruskula and Sederkreutz. Then an American team, Dellenborough and Barry. Dellenborough, a famous name, daughter Emily of Dave Dellenborough, a former winner of the America's Cup. Then Schweger and Lovrek from Austria, Singapore's Lim and Low, and then Lutz and Boyka. Now, Tina Lutz, a former world champion in the Optimist, crewed by Suzanne Boyka. Marcus, that's got to be a bit of a disappointing placing for them, 20th overall at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, especially since this is their first Olympic qualifier, and they had a bad start to the regatta, light wind conditions, not their favorite conditions, but yeah, some shocking first races, and they only just recovered in the last two races, and hopefully for them that's a trend upward.
Well, the thing to notice there, though, is that Q8 and Q9 qualifying races 8 and 9 were the windy ones, and they got a second and so I wonder if their performance is a little bit wind dependent.
Yeah, I mean, when you have strength and weaknesses with your boat speed through the wind range, very often you've got light wind, and that's the underpowered range that could be a problem. Then you've got the sort of what they call design wind, the medium range, and then the overpowered conditions. And very often you score in 2 out of those 3. Well, you have survival conditions, but that's often more of a boat handling issue than a speed issue. So in those 4 ranges, you're usually good at 3 out of 4. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if we've got 12 knots, the boats will be fully powered, if that already qualifies as strong wind for them, and how they will perform those stronger wind teams in general.
Well, let's take a look at how these boats perform in strong winds, because a couple of days ago we had some sensational sailing here in Porto. Don't know about you, Marcus, but when I saw this I was incredibly jealous. Let's take a look at it.
Welcome to Day 2 of the 2015 49er FX and 49er European Championships. The 81 team 49er men fleet kicked off their first day of qualifications. Yesterday, the 49er FX women got underway, with each contesting 3 days of qualification races, then on to final races and the hunt for the top 10 medal race spots. Getting onto the score sheet early on is important, sets the tone and gives some margin of safety net for the days ahead. The first day of racing is always gruelling, particularly for the younger and less experienced teams. The experienced campaigners have competed on racetracks all over the world and are better equipped to deal with whatever the racetrack throws at them.
On the first day of a big regatta like this, I think it's important to come out firing on all cylinders and have a great first day, and then you just know that everybody's going to be improving from day to day, learning the venue a little better, sailing better, just in every way. So I think you have to improve steadily the whole time and have a great day at the end too.
A light breeze day for the women who wrapped up 3 races, just 1 day of qualification races to go, and all that matters is to be in the top 25 teams who'll advance to the Gold Fleet for the final series racing. Mounting a credible bid for the championship today were Italy's Conti and Klapcic, who seized the points along with the German team of Jurzok and Lawrence, propelling both up the leaderboard. The Germans are now on a tie-break with the Dutch pair of Beckering and Duech, who sit in first overall.
It's a good regatta for us so far. Yesterday was a really good day. Today we were struggling a little bit with getting the priorities right, but I think we did well. It was a different course today, but it was good to experience. We had to look a bit better for what was actually coming down instead of just looking what was happening on the previous leg. So that's what we changed, and we looked a bit more for pressure, and that worked better in the last 2 races.
The breeze had picked up for the 49er men, so they could stretch their legs with some intense racing. The 4-race format meant they contested almost half the qualification series, so managing the competition was essential. Already boasting.
So the next start has come up a little bit earlier than we expected, and we're just coming up to the restart of this 49er FX race. Breeze is pretty soft, but it's enough for the girls to be able to get going in about 40 seconds from now. 20 seconds, and let's see who chooses to do what this time, because on the previous start, Ida Nilsson, boat number 2 on the sail, decided to start underneath the fleet on port tack and get out to the right hand side early. We saw a great start by the French, but let's see what they choose to do this time round. We've got Germany 55 in the middle of the pack, and that's Jurzok and Lawrence, currently our series leaders. So they're going for somewhere out the middle of the line. We've got Annemiek Beckering, the second place boat overall, going for more committee boat end of the line. And they're off. And look at that swell. Look at those big waves rolling underneath the boats. That's going to be really hard work for the sailors to keep these boats up to speed as they accelerate towards us. And we've got Denmark too, so a completely different strategy by the Danes, Ida Nilsson and Marie Olsen this time. They were going for the right-hand side of the course on the previous start, but this time they fancy the left.
Still a little bias on the left-hand side, according to our data, but not as strong as before, maybe 5 degrees bias to the left-hand side. And a strong start by the New Zealand boat.
That's Alex Maloney and Molly Meach, and really good start by the former world champions. They've also done very well in European titles before. So the Kiwis, even though they're not from Europe, they're allowed to compete in these events, and a very, very strong start by them. The Danes are not such a great start as the Kiwis, but at least they have clear air going the direction that they're going. They have lots of space. And a couple of the Germans.
Maloney and Meach on the left-hand side currently. They're lying in first place, according to our very early estimation here. Danish boat in second place.
And Tina Lutz and Suzanne Boyka, well, I question whether they had the speed in the lighter breezes, but at the moment they're looking good. They're in third place, and it seems like the pin end of this line, the left-hand end, was the place to be if we're going to judge by these early stages. But they've still got to get across to the right-hand side of the course, so it's a little bit early to say that the Kiwis have really got this tucked away, not by any means. And in fact, as I speak, we can see massive place changes. It's too early to really call the pattern of play.
The fleet heading off to the right side, maybe actually the majority is splitting off to the right side, slight bias of the fleet to go to the right.
And that's quite an early breakaway by a lot of the boats out to the right. It does suggest to me that they want to maybe protect the right and see what favourable breeze they can find on the right-hand side. It's certainly been a big factor on previous days.
Let's turn that course windward by clicking onto that little north needle, and now we actually have the wind coming from on top.
And just to remind viewers, what Marcus is using is all freely available to you to use as well. If you go to sapsailing.com, he's using the tools on there to help us analyze the race. Well, you can do it in real time, and you can also analyze the races afterwards. They're up there on the internet for forever afterwards for you to be able to fast forward and rewind and look at different elements of the performance of these boats, both in terms of boat speed and strategy. It's an incredibly powerful tool and incredibly useful for us in making sense of what's quite a difficult sport to understand sometimes. Maloney and Meach, the first world champions in the class, they came out of the blocks very, very strong. The Kiwis really doing very well in the men's and women's division in this Olympic cycle leading up to Rio 2016. Been struggling a little bit more in recent times, not one of the clear front runners as much as they were maybe a couple of years ago, but still, anytime you can beat these Kiwi girls, you know you've had a good race. Maloney and Meach, we are looking at currently the leaders. We've got first, second and third, as you can see in the bubble on the right hand side of picture. First, second and third all on the left hand side, but it's time for Maloney and Meach to bank some of that gain and see if they can get across the top of the fleet from the left hand side of the course. Nice blue skies today. It wasn't like this earlier. The cloud has really cleared away. We've had some really hot days and some chilly moments in Porto in Portugal, and the sea is quite cold. It is the Atlantic Ocean, and so that has an effect on how the thermal breezes hit Porto.
And we're with the leaders, Maloney and Meach, on the left-hand side of the course. You spoke about the right side being better, Andy, in the past days. Where did you get that info from?
Well, it depends whether this is the same course. I don't think this is the course that is an absolute must-go right. I think that's one of the courses further across the bay.
It will also depend on the current, but currently the left side doing quite okay. And especially on Maloney and Meach, looking at the average speed, they're certainly up speed. Danish team going a little lower than the rest with 7.31 knots. Maloney and Meach, 7.3 knots. Certainly the faster teams. Maybe a little bit more breeze on the left-hand side as well.
Well, that's pretty significant, isn't it? We see only two teams averaging more than 7 knots of boat speed. So that tells you that perhaps there is quite a difference in wind speed across the course. And the Kiwis really out on their own with a lot of clear air around them in a very, very strong position. Tactically a little bit exposed on the left-hand side.
Yeah, not many options there for sure.
Really no ley line left. They really have hit that ley line hard, so there's no tacking left for Maloney and Meach to do other than when they actually get to the windward mark itself. But that won't matter provided that breeze holds for them. And there's Giulia Conti and Francesca Klapsic from Italy, another one of the leading teams and also doing very well so far. And you can see the body movement of Francesca Klapsic having to do the moving in and out as they sail over the top of this Atlantic swell. The boat powers up, ease the mainsail, get fully stretched, and then the next moment when the wave goes out from underneath the boat, crouch in, pull the mainsail in hard, try and keep the boat as steady as possible for Giulia Conti to be able to keep on steering fast. So Giulia Conti at the back with the blue hat, fully stretched pretty much all the time, but Klapsic just going in occasionally just to keep the boat fully balanced, dropping herself down a little bit further on her trapeze adjusters, then adjusting the Vang and some of the other controls.
Looking at Bart Nielsen in the background, way back beyond the Finnish boat there, looks like a little bit stronger breeze in the background maybe. They're a little, well, pace-wise, looking at the analytics, they're just the same now. 7.83 knots on Maloney and Meach and 7.34 knots on Bart Nielsen. Not much in it between the two.
So Conti and Klapsic, who we can see here just to the left of picture, and you can see the red mark. You can see how far ahead Maloney and Meach are of our camera boat position. So that looks like a pretty healthy lead from that perspective. The closest threat to them are the Danes, but the Danes have to tack over, and it looks like Maloney and Meach are going to be leading at this first mark. So a great start to the day for the Kiwis.
Good performance so far by Lutz Beuke. We just spoke about them being more up performance in the stronger breeze, and this is certainly not in the design wind range yet. They'd be happy with that.
I'm sure they would be, and even happier will be Maloney and Meach first to hoist their spinnaker, and certainly first round that mark ahead of Nielsen and Olsen from Denmark, the defending European champions. In fact, they've only been to European championships in the 49er FX class, and the Danes have won both of them so far. So if they could win this one, it would be an incredible hat trick, 3 out of 3 opportunities. And the Danes generally going very strongly this week, going into the day lying in 3rd, 4th and 5th overall. A really strong squad that likes working together. And the pack coming round in quick succession now. That's Ida Nielsen, right hand side of our picture with the black Jenica. Marie Olsen semi-crouched on the trapeze, not quite enough to get them both fully out on the trapeze in these fairly soft conditions. Marie Olsen just moving her body weight, take advantage of whatever power's available to them as these Atlantic waves roll underneath them. And that's our race leaders, the Red Bull boat of Maloney and Meach from New Zealand.
And looking at the live leaderboards and the sailing analytics, we have to scroll quite far down to find the series leaders. Currently lying in 18th place, Jozok and Lawrence. Not a good race for them so far. And where's the Dutch pairing? I think we even have to look a little further down. No, sorry. Going back up in 14th place, it's Beckering and Dutz. See a clear and clean train of boats like that.
Maybe there is a feeling that left-hand side of the course really worked that strongly for the Kiwis that everyone wants to go down the same side of the course going downwind. Maybe there is just more breeze on the left-hand side today. It is a different wind direction from previous days.
Did Bart Nielsen also work their way up on the left-hand side? I think
yes, they did. They did.
Yeah.
All top three boats all came from the left-hand side. And Ida Nielsen, the yellow boat, bottom left of picture, has jibed just before Maloney and Meach, very bottom left of picture. And you can see the black gain line. That's still the Kiwis, but it looks like Nielsen and Olsen, the Danish boat, might be beginning to threaten that lead. Maybe the Kiwis went too far into that left-hand corner. Certainly looks like a good attacking position for the Danes there. Now, you would fancy, Marcus, wouldn't you, that you'd want to go around the left-hand mark based on what happened the previous time? Is it as straightforward as that, do you think?
I think it is, and we've got a wind measurement device close to that start line, and it's certainly looking like the gate has a left-hand bias at the moment. So probably a good idea to go around the left-hand gate mark.
So it looks like the red boat of the Kiwis, certainly red boat on this image on the screen, is making a little bit of a gain back on the Danes and on a slightly lower heading. Marcus, if you can tell us what the relative boat speeds are, that would be a great piece of information to know.
Yeah, there's a little plus button up here on the leaderboard, and if you click on that, you can see the average speeds done so far to actually select the current speeds in the leg. I can open up this leg that they're currently in, and highest speeds at the moment on the leading boat, Maloney and Meach, no surprise. They've got the cleanest air. And second fastest boat, 10.17 knots on Bart Nielsen and Tuscard Olsen, and we have to go quite far down to find other boats being that fast. Beckering, Upspeed, Conti and Klapchich.
It's interesting that Beckering and Dutz from Netherlands are the fastest boat in their part of the pack. They're the only boat to click over 10 knots, and they are second overall in the standings. And it suggests to me that the Dutch have pretty good boat speed in these conditions. But looking at the data that you just gave us, Marcus, I wonder if the first two, the Danes and the Kiwis, are going to break away from the rest of the pack. Could be that they have slightly better breeze at the bottom of the course and also the space to sail the way that they want to.
Well, the rich get richer in the skiff classes, in the apparent wind sailing classes, so once you've broken away, it's quite easy to break away further. But we can look at how distances have evolved on this downwind. But let's look at the windward mark the leeward mark rounding first. We see a change of course. Flag is up.
And a nice smooth rounding there by the Kiwis, and the Danes choosing to go round the opposite way, so they're going to force a split and put the Kiwis under some tactical pressure. But I still fancy that the Kiwis would rather like the way that they went, because that was the side that they profited from on the first beat to put them into the lead. I'm a little bit surprised that the Danes have chosen to go that way, because they're now committed to that side to some extent. There's traffic to think about coming back down the course. But we see the third place boat, Lutz and Boyka, also going round the right-hand mark. So it's a pretty even split. Certainly the first four boats, we see two go round the left and two round the right. And Ruskula and Söderkreuz just in picture there from Finland, following the leaders, Maloney and Meach, out to the left-hand side.
Yeah, and it does look like the left-hand side was slightly biased. I'd favor that left-hand gate mark.
But in the scheme of things, a couple of boat lengths here or there, is it that important, Marcus, or is it about the bigger picture?
Well, I think it is, and there's also an advantage looking at the sailing analytics from on top. There's an advantage to the left-hand side where there's just less boats there at the moment. So
when you get to this part of the thing, the pack, it's all about finding the cleanest exit in lots of traffic, and then you start to get dictated to. It's more a matter of taking what slim pickings you have, and the Italians looked a little bit slow round that mark, but they have managed to get out to the left-hand side. But there our image shows what a split is developing between the Kiwis on the left and the Danes on the right-hand side. So now it's a big gamble as to who's going to come out on top this time round. Not much the Kiwis can do to defend at this stage. They just have to hope that what worked for them on the first beat is going to work for them on this beat. While the Danes, they did very well on the left-hand side, and as I said just now, I'm a little bit surprised they're going out to the right-hand side, trying out something different. I'm wondering what it is that they've seen over there that they like. Our leaderboard says that the Danes have moved into the lead ahead of the Kiwis, and the Kiwis now fall down to fourth possibly. So maybe the right-hand side is working out well for those that dared to go that way, and could it be that they've found a better angle on that side or better breeze? Well, it would be interesting to know the relative boat speeds. If that's something that you can bring up for us, Marcus, what will that reveal for us?
Let me just look at that leg, the current leg. average speed so far on the left-hand side, just as not much difference. 0.2 knots of difference between the two sides, maybe 0.1. So I don't think there's a breeze difference, maybe a shift.
And Maloney and Meach have now tacked back in towards the middle of the course. The Danes still going out to the right-hand side, so they're on parallel tracks, but with a lot of separation between them. And now it's crunch time for the Kiwis. They look exposed out there on the left-hand side again, but will it be enough? They're just going out of picture there now. We're looking at one of the Finnish boats, Finland 17, some way back in the pack. And just to windward of them, it looks like one of the German boats. I wonder if it's Herzog and Lawrence that we're looking at on the right hand of our picture, just gone out of picture. If it is, then Herzog and Lawrence still not doing too well in this race.
Well, they've caught up to 13th place. Currently heading out to the right-hand side. Third place boat, Lutz Boyko, also heading out to the right-hand side, and the Danish boat tacking. So now we're going to see that split being resolved. And it does look like the Maloney and Meach is still doing really well on the left-hand side. I don't think it has hurt them that much. And they've gone back into the lead. Always bear in mind, we're just estimating the leaderboard here, and looks like the virtual wind is a little bit too far. It has been a little bit too far to the right. It's actually swung back now in the analytics as well, and I think Maloney and Meach are looking really good out there.
Well, that gain line certainly has moved in the Kiwis' favour. It looked a little bit shaky for them a couple of minutes ago, but that gain line is giving them a lead of coming up to 100 metres, so maybe the left has paid after all. So it does make you wonder, why did Nielsen risk going out to the right-hand side when the left had been so well proven on the previous beat? What did the Danes think they were going to get from the right-hand side? Well, it doesn't look like it's going to hurt them too much. It looks like they're still going to get out of this with a second place, going up to the top mark for the final time. But still some tactical risk in what they did.
Yeah, especially since the gate. I mean, I think you don't want to lose something that you could safely avoid, and I think it was pretty obvious that that gate, left-hand gate side was favorable. So I'm surprised that they had it out there. We would have to look back at how the downwind went. I'm not sure if anybody gained over the right-hand side, but the first upwind was clearly better on the left-hand side, and it seems that that's the side that's paying at the moment.
So about 100 meters gain in favor of the Kiwis ahead of their Danish rivals, and another 50 meters back or so to the Finnish boat, which is now in third place, Ruskula and Sederkreutz. So Lutzenboik being displaced from third place. So a good gain there by the Finns. And we saw that other Finnish team earlier in picture about 2 or 3 minutes ago. That's Kurt Bay and Kanerva. They're in 11th. But this is going to shake up the pack a little bit in the overall standings, I would think, Marcus, because we're not seeing much of the top three going into this race. The top three were Herzog and Lawrence in the lead, the German team. It was Beckering and Duits from the Netherlands, and in third it was the Schutter sisters from Denmark. None of those boats we've really had much to say about in this race.
Well, looking at the overall standings, we can see in the first column here how this race affects the overall standings, or what the overall standing would be. Maloney and Meach would be in 7th place, the Danish team in 2nd place, and the series leaders, we've got a lead change there. Annemiek Beckering would take the lead currently, and Herzog and Lawrence dropping down to 3rd place with this 18th place. Because there's no discard in the finals yet, all points count.
And I don't know what happened there. It's something you could analyze on sapsailing.com for yourself, but what we saw earlier in picture in one of our live images was that Herzog and Lawrence were ahead and to windward. They were clearly ahead of this other Finnish boat. Now, the Finnish boat of Kurt Bay and Canerva is now in 16th, and the Yurtsokon, sorry, it's moving around so much, they're in 13th, and Yurtsok and Lawrence are in 17th, so they've had a slip up on this beat as well.
So let's go back to the leaders and look at what they're doing. Classic covering we see there. Actually, they just broke away to the right-hand side, must have seen a gust over there.
And that really is a breakaway of the first two, isn't it, Marcus? The Kiwis and the Danes have been first and second in most of this race, and they really have got quite a comfortable jump on the rest of the fleet. And surprising to see the Kiwis putting in another tack there. Quite a lot of tacking going on.
That's almost match racing there.
It makes you wonder.
Yeah, maybe they broke away to catch a little gust. They got it now, and now they want to go back into a safe controlling position. Nice to go to the ley line as late as possible to not do any extra.
So it could be that there's been a change of mark.
There's been a replacement mark.
And so that was the Kiwis actually tacking on the ley line, and they have hoisted their Jenniker and they're off away on the final approach to the finish. So the Danes have a lot to do if they're going to overtake the Kiwis in this race. The Danes just about to go around that windward mark as well, and that's the Danes that we're looking at there, so a little bit of a lag on the already around that replacement mark, with the Finns just about to go around, Ruskula and Sederkreutz in third place. And a good gain for the Finns on that leg because they overtook the Germans, Tina Lutz and Susanne Boyka, who had been in third. Well, that's Lutz going round now in fourth place, just ahead of Nace and Ronigan from Norway, and Dawson and Copeland, another Kiwi boat. So the Kiwis first and sixth in this race, and there are the leading Kiwis, fully stretched down on their trapeze. This is the most breeze we've seen in this race so far, and that's going to make it even harder for the Danes or anybody else to be able to attack the Red Bull boat, which looks like it's going to win this race by a country mile. And that is nice conditions to be sailing a skiff in. Big waves, nice medium breeze, fully stretched on the trapeze, and full power sailing conditions on this final run to the finish. Just going into a jibe there, Molly Meach with the task of getting that black Jenniker through as quickly as possible and setting efficiently on the new jibe, jumping straight out onto the trapeze, and a really nice maneuver there by Maloney and Meach.
So we do see the breeze picking up as anticipated by the locals. Heading towards 10 knots now. I can actually see what the wind is like at the starting boat. Currently 10.8 knots. So some promising breeze for the races to come.
Well, that's good news, and I would think that that would be sweet music to the ears of Maloney and Meach, who I think they're good in all conditions, but I think probably the windier it gets, the more they'll fancy their chances. And night and day between them and the rest of the fleet. Beautiful sailing conditions here for the 49er FX. And there is Portugal's second city, Porto, in the background. And it's going to be a very different style of sailing for the final race of the 49er FXs. Meanwhile, don't forget that it's also 49er men's racing going on out here today. And we've got a slightly staggered schedule. So this is the penultimate day of racing for the 49er FX, but there are still 3 days of racing left for the 49er men. So the women finish tomorrow on the Saturday and the men finish on the Sunday, but medal races for both men and women happening in the River Douro, which is where they've been sailing past every day on their way out to these sea courses. And Marcus, they will have been making the best of every opportunity to work out what's going on with the River Douro in terms of tide, current, wind bends and so forth. They haven't actually done any formal racing there, so you need to make the most of every time you sail here.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting medal race in the river. I'm not sure what phase of the tide's going to be in, whether it's going to be ingoing, outgoing, or maybe slack. But surely a very interesting venue. Funneled breeze always interesting to sail in. I think you can read the wind off the water quite well in here, and I'm very much looking forward to that medal race.
Well, the great thing is that from our studio position, we'll be able to see the racing live. We're actually sitting on shore at the marina, looking out across the beautiful River Douro. So we're about a mile away from where this racing is actually taking place, but we'll be able to see it live and have the live perspective as well as the TV perspective on those final medal race days. Maloney and Meach approaching the finish. Meach just pulling herself up on the trapeze adjuster there, breeze just dropping slightly, not quite as flat out as they were, but you can still see they've got a pretty healthy lead there on Denmark 2, just going out of picture, but just there in picture behind Red Bull.
They're closing in onto the finish line. There they go. First final race of the 49er FX, won by Maloney and Meach.
And some way back, that's a measure of just how dominant that victory was. There are the Danes who have held second place for most of this race. Ida Nielsen and Marie Olsen, winners of the last 2 European Championships, and putting themselves in contention with a result like this to be able to do it on a third occasion.
And going onto the podium with this third place. Not sure where do you remember where they were before?
They were, I think they were 5th going into this race. So there were 3 Danish teams in 3rd, 4th and 5th, and they were the lowest placed of those teams. So they've now moved up into 3rd. Maloney and Meach still only in 7th overall, so they've still got some catching up to do. Good result there by Ruskula and Sederkreutz. That lifts them to 12th overall in the standings. Coming into the finish now, well, these girls need these kind of results. Tina Lutz and Suzanne Boyka, they have aspirations for representing Germany in Rio 2016 at the Olympics next year. 4th place there, just ahead of New Zealand's Dawson and Copeland. And then a bit of a gap before we get to the Norwegian boat. And let's see who's coming across the line here. It's Italy, Julia Conti and Francesca Klapsic, just ahead of one of the Danish boats. Denmark 71. And then quite a gap behind Jenna Hansen and Katja Iversen. That was Denmark 71. That was a poor race by their high standards. Not such a good race for the other 2 Danish teams in this one.
All right, I think there's some fixing that needs to be done to the results, because the change mark was probably not set up with a proper tracker, and that's going to be fixed sometime in the near future. But what a great first race! What a great first final race we saw there, and good to see that the breeze is picking up.
It is. It looks like that breeze will hold for the rest of our coverage. We very much hope so, and it was nice to see the Kiwis actually able to stretch their legs in the final run to the finish. A really, really solid race by them, and it all comes back to getting a great start at the pin end of the line, the left-hand end of the line.
There was a 10 degrees bias, I think. It was good to start their pin end, good to start at anyway, and if there's a bias, even more so. And then it looked like the left-hand side was solid breeze there, maybe a advantage in the current there as well. Maybe the sea breeze build a little bit more from the outside in. Hard to tell from here. We'll be talking to sailors about that later on. But it was a good first race, and it's going to be even more interesting race in the second race with a bit more breeze to come.
And I was surprised about Ida Nielsen and Marie Olsen going out to the right-hand side, having done so well, going left on the previous beat, but in the end it didn't seem to hurt them. So maybe.
But it didn't help either. It seems like it didn't help either. So looks like. Yeah, it's not a single-sided track, I don't think. So yeah, I'm looking forward to next race to see how that's going to pan out.
And meanwhile, let's not forget that there's some men's racing going on there as well, and people will be able to follow the results live on sapsailing.com.
Exactly.
Of the men's racing. If there's any opportunity to get an update, I don't know how their first race has gone so far, but that would be interesting to know what's going on there.
We'll get that as soon as possible. I think we'll take a little break until the next race is up. And let me just bring up the URL. Just a second. Well, anyways, if you want to look at all the data, go to 49er Euros 2015 and then .sapsailing.com, and you can get all the data you want and all the live results you want yourself. We'll be back on in a few minutes for the next final race of the 49er FX.
Join us then. Welcome back to our live coverage of the 49er European Championships, and we're just coming up to the start of our second race of the day in Goldfleet 49er FX Racing. And just now we saw Alex Maloney and Molly Meach get a great start off the left-hand end of the line. That's the near end of the line. They made it work sufficiently to be able to win that race with relative ease ahead of Ida Nielsen and Marie Olsen. And now they're just getting away, and we see another Danish boat. It's Jenna Hansen and Katja Iversen that have won the pin end of the start this time. They fancy doing a little bit of what the Kiwis did in the previous race, so a great start there by the Danes. And just up from them, the French boat also doing well, but look on the left of our picture, it's Ida Nielsen and Marie Olsen with an incredible start out of the middle of the line. Now, if that was a legal start, then it's an amazing one, but did the rest of the fleet really get it that badly wrong? Did they hold back that much? It'll be interesting to see. We hope for Ida Nielsen's sake that she wasn't over the line, and if she wasn't, then that was one phenomenal start there. Normally our early leaders are Dawson and Copeland from New Zealand, but it is very, very early to say. Yurtzok and Lawrence also they've given away the overall series lead after a poor race in the teens just now, so it's time for Yurtzok and Lawrence to show that they can bounce back from that. But Ida Nielsen and Marie Olsen, the reigning European champions, making the kind of start that could well win them their third European title in the 49er FX. And there in picture is another Danish boat. It's Jenna Hansen and Marie Olsen. Sorry, Jenna Hansen and Katja Iversen doing very well from the pin end of the line. So good starts by two of the Danish teams. And fully stretched there. There's a little bit more breeze now than there was for the start of the previous race. That's Iversen.
That's
Sorry,
Salzkopf and Iversen.
Hansen, yeah, Jenna Hansen and Katja Iversen. The Danes have so many different names, don't they? But we're going to try and take their first name and their last name and leave out all the middle names. Same with the Spanish. Incredibly difficult to fit on a score sheet.
We have to do it like the football players, just call their last name.
Like all those famous Brazilian football players with just one name.
Exactly. And the leading pack in the middle of the boat.
That's Denmark 2 we saw just in picture there. Then Germany 77, Leonie Meyer and Eleanor Stoffers also doing pretty well. Possibly slightly in the bad air of the Danish boat Denmark 2, which got an incredibly good start. I just fear for them and just wonder if they might have been over at start time.
Very, very similar picture to the race before. Looking on the overhead, we can see the majority of the fleet heading out to the right-hand side, but the leading bunch heading towards the left-hand side. It's a bit odd, really, after the left-hand side being the winning side in the last race, that we see the majority of the fleet still heading out to the right.
And a Kiwi boat doing very well, but it's a different Kiwi boat because it's Dawson and Copeland in the top few. But there you see Ida Nielsen, who celebrated her birthday yesterday, and Marie Olsen, right-hander picture, charging along really nicely in these big waves. The boats are now fully powered. They might even be starting to ease mainsail. Nielsen and Olsen just going through attack there, starting to defend their lead and see if they can hold off the charge from the right-hand side. Will it be sufficient for them to stay in the lead, or will they have to cross behind some of the other boats? We will find out shortly.
Looking overhead, we can see the boats on the left-hand side holding the lead at the moment. The Danish pair, Bart Nielsen and Tuscott Olsen. Which one is the one that you would choose? Which name?
Well,
Nielsen Olsen.
Well, there's an awful lot of Nielsen's and a lot of Olsens, but I can't pronounce the other name, Thusgaard, so I'm going to stick with Olsen.
No, I'm going to go with Bart Nielsen and Tusgaard Olsen. I think that's just right. So two Danish boats on the left-hand side, currently in the lead, actually battling each other right there. Dutch pairing, Kaiser and Blom, also on the left-hand side. Jotzok and Lawrence, nice leeward position right there on that big bunch of boats heading towards the right-hand side of the course, very close to the ley line.
And this is better from Jotzok and Lawrence. Series leaders going into today, but a poor first race just now, but a fourth place, good solid position for them. But they are slightly lighter than most of the leading crews, and I just wonder in these full power conditions, will these be the kind of conditions where they struggle the most?
Looking at their speed, they're not up there, but they're doing okay. Average speed on this upwind leg so far, 8.3 knots. Fastest boat, the Danish boat, 8.87 knots. I think they headed out quite deep after the start. So that gave them some extra pace, but also some extra distance. You can see how much distance they've covered already. So they're 50 meters more distance covered over ground than Bart Nielsen and Tusgaard Olsen.
And it's a very stark difference, isn't it, in distance sailed between second and third. You look at how far Hansen sailed, almost 150 meters more than Kaiser and Blom. But Kaiser and Blom quite a bit slower in average speed as well, about a knot slower. So very, very different ways of sailing the boat there.
And I think, considering Jotzok Lawrence getting into a little bit of trouble in stronger breeze, I think they're keeping up with the pace quite good.
It does seem that. Certainly speaking to Victoria Jotzok after day one, which was quite a light wind day. Actually, it was day two. It was a pretty light wind day, and they did incredibly well that day. And she said that she hoped that those conditions would stay for the rest of the week. So she certainly sees herself as a light wind sailor, and I think she surprised herself on the big wind day when she actually got 2 second places, which was a phenomenal performance.
If you have very pronounced strength throughout the wind range, I think it does help if you can survive a couple of days on your, or let's say a couple of races on your weak foot. But there's a limit to that, I suppose. There's hardly any team who has top speed throughout the full wind brackets that matter, and your weak spot, you still need to be good enough to survive 2, 3, 4 races and still win a regatta. But it looks like they have that sort of performance level at the moment.
Having said that, Jotzok and Lawrence have slipped to 7th, so they have dropped down a few places as we've been speaking about them, so maybe we should start talking about somebody else.
Right, series leader, the race leader, pretty undisputed at the moment.
It's Denmark 2.
30-meter lead, going around the windward mark now. Tracking's delayed by 8 seconds, that's normal.
And a good hoist there, getting that black Jenica up. We saw a lot of this black Jenica in the previous race. The boat with 2 on its sail was second in the previous race, but now leading, and with a good lead over the chasing pack, with a bunch of boats going around together. Kaiser and Blom amongst them, Meyer and Stoffers from Germany also amongst them, but someone got a fantastic hoist there, and it looks like it's the Italians, Giulia Conti and Francesca Klapsic, who were the first to get that Jenica up and set. And we're just on board there with Jotzok and Lawrence, going round in the top 10, but with some chasing to do. They've got the Jenica up, they're full stretch there and just getting up and running. But a good top of the beat there by the Italians, who've just got up into second place, overtaking Meyer and Stoffers and Kaiser and Blom, the German and Dutch boats that are a little bit slower getting those Jenicas up.
Almost 100-meter lead.
And that is our race leaders there going into a jibe. Nice smooth sailing, keeping the boat upright through the jibe, getting the Jenica set on the new side very, very quickly. And so this is turning into a good day for Nielsen and Olsen. Second in the first race, leading this race comfortably. We can't say the same for the Kiwis, who won that first race just now by quite a healthy margin. But where are they now, Marcus? Any sign of Maloney and Meach?
Well, let's scroll down a little bit. In the sailing analytics, we see Maloney and Meach in 12th position currently.
And we never saw them going out to the left. I wasn't aware of them being amongst the left-hand pack. And having done so well on the previous race by going left, I was sort of surprised by that.
Well, that's a good thing about the SAP Sailing Analytics. We can go back and look at what happened there. But I think for now, we focus on what the leaders are doing. Myers and Stoffers have broken into the top 3 here. Kaiser and Blom doing really well. But a lonely leader, which is extending their lead up to 160 meters now. Boats are halfway down that first downwind leg. Early jibe on the leading boat, converging towards the middle of the course.
So the Danes really unthreatened at the moment. And with a choice of 2 gates to go around, 2 gate marks at the bottom, which way are they going to go? Are they going to go left or right? Well, they did well by going left on the first beat.
And again, slight bias of the left-hand side of the gate.
And they could do this in 1 jibe, or they could do it in 3 if they're going to go around that left-hand gate. What do you think is the best way to go in these conditions, Marcus?
Probably 1 jibe. You don't want to put in that extra maneuver. And I think that's a good distance to estimate the ley line from. So I'd expect just one jibe to go. By the way, quite interesting to look at the trails of the boat. They look pretty straight line, not very shifty, not very gusty out there. Apparently, otherwise we would see more confused trails in the boats. It's a fairly steady breeze now, probably a solid sea breeze with a slight gradient influence, but very steady breeze now.
That's a good spot there, Marcus. The traces really are very straight, and so maybe it doesn't matter so much which side you go. It's making sure you've got clear air. There could, of course, still be differences in wind speed from side to side, and there could be current differences across the course. There is some strong current here in Porto.
So actually, the leading boat, they put in 2 extra jibes. They were a little bit above the ley line, so they had to put in 2 jibes, and they're heading out to the left-hand side of the course, taking that favored side of the gate.
So what were the Italians who just went out of picture? What will they choose? Will they go the same way? We will find out. No, they...
Similar. What a replay to the last race. Again, another boat splitting away to the right-hand side. This time, the left-hand side, the right-hand side of the course maybe a little less congested, and maybe the bias on the gate a little lower. But still, I think a risky move.
Well, we said that about Hansen last time, risking going out to the right-hand side. Managed to hang on to a fairly straightforward second place, so it didn't hurt. But you can see Nielsen looking over her shoulder there, just getting a gauge on what the rest of the fleet is doing and deciding how far over to sail out to the left-hand side before putting in attack. If you like the left-hand side, maybe you carry on, but the further out you go to that side, the more separation you allow to develop, and the bigger the tactical risk. So slightly high wiring, not fully down on their knots, but pretty nice conditions. Just saw the mainsail go out there, so there is a little bit of depowering going on at times.
Yeah, the wind currently at 10 knots, slightly. The wind device we have on the starting vessel is just a little bit covered by the breeze, but it says 10 knots at the moment. In the sailing analytics, you can also bring up a wind chart that shows you how the wind is developed, and we can see here fairly steady winds, not much in it. Breeze blowing around 11 knots and not shifting much, maybe 5 degrees shift, slightly going towards the right here throughout this race so far. So, second place boats, Conti and Klapčić, tacked on the right hand side.
And, well, they were second going around. What do you expect to gain by going out to the right like that, Marcus? What would be the tactical reasons for doing what they did, and what are the risks of doing so?
Well, I think it was pretty obvious that the first upwind was favored to the left. Again, maybe it was a bit more of the start, but by breaking away from that favored side, it's certainly a risky move, and I think she's trying to make up for that and converging back towards the middle of the course, following the majority of the fleet. I don't know what her motives were. Maybe she saw a bit more breeze out there. Let's look at the current speed. Currently they're doing 9.1 knots on that right-hand side, whereas Bart Nielsen above roughly the same speed, not much in it, wind speed-wise. And again, if you look at their trails, we can zoom in a little bit, and they're amazingly straight. You rarely see that, such straight trails, despite the boats snaking up and down this swell. The general wind pattern, the general wind direction and strength seems to be very, very stable.
So, does that indicate that maybe there's a current difference, there's a tidal difference across the course?
There could be. There could be. Well, actually, in this SAP Sailing Analytics, you can run a simulation based on the wind and actually show the playing field. Maybe we'll get that in a second. But that doesn't take into account the currents. So we couldn't analyze that. That's the playing field at the moment. Everyone within the boundaries. That's a good sign of a professional fleet going upwind. So this is being calculated based on the wind simulation that we run, that SAP is running on the wind data we get from the wind measurement devices, and actually the courses which are being sailed. And so
quite big tacking angles then, if that's what those blue lines and the angles mean. It suggests that the 49RFX is going through quite wide angles.
Yeah, well, this is based on polar data, which is being generated right out of this race, and you can see how the simulation is changing all the time as the simulated wind field is being adapted based on the boats which are sailing. So, based on the polar data, we calculate the wind and also the live wind data which comes into our wind measurement devices, which at the moment are 3 out there on the water.
Well, the Danish have tacked, and the gain line is still very much in their favour, and they're going to be getting across the line of the Italians, who were further over to the right, and it still looks like a very, very safe lead for the Danes. And the question really for the Italians is, have they risked second place? Because when the other Danish boat, the far left-hand boat, tacks, will Jenna Hansen be able to pull ahead of Conti and Klapčić, the Italian boat?
With a slight jagged edge here in a tracker, there was a connection loss briefly. They're quite far offshore, so sometimes they lose a little bit of phone reception.
And Ida Nielsen, winner of the European Championships 2 previous occasions, looking good. But at the moment in picture, we have the Singaporean boat, 33.
It's very much down fleet, currently lying in 19th position. Just happened to be close to our camera boat.
And the Singaporeans extremely good at youth level in the Optimist in particular. They've won a number of world championships, and now the question for Singapore is, can they convert that dominance at youth level into something more significant at senior level?
Well, that takes some time, but yeah, currently you have a go at their name.
Well, how can you pronounce a name
Kang
with no
and
vowels
Tan.
in it? KHNG. I think that,
Well,
that must be an acronym.
We have to go down and they have to teach us. Kang. Kung.
It's Kung.
Kung
It's
and
Kung.
Tan.
Okay.
Tan's easy.
Well, I could have done that one. So Kung and Tan. one of the pioneers of skiff sailing in Asia, and more of that to come. We're seeing Malaysians sailing the FX, and Indians and Chinese.
Meanwhile, at the front of the fleet, 83-meter lead, and we're going to see that opening up as soon as the Danish pair goes around the windward mark and pulls up the kite. I think it's going to go up to 150-meter lead probably on that last downwind leg. I think they have a very safe first place here. Conti and Klapic 74 meters behind. Hansen and Salzkopf 124 meters behind.
So very similar again in that the second place boat went out to the right, took a tactical risk, didn't make a gain on the leader, but still managed to hang on to second. And it further backs up your theory, Marcus, looking at those straight lines on the traces, that the wind really isn't moving around very much. But what is moving around are those waves, really big waves, aren't they? So final hoist, this is the final leg to the finish, and hard to see anyone taking this away from Ida Nielsen and Marie Olsen, the European champions, leading the Italians by a long, long way in this race, and the Italians in turn with a good lead back to the next Danes, Hansen and Olsen.
And here you can see what I anticipated, the lead growing to 130, maybe 150 meters in a few seconds due to the higher speeds on the downwind, the gap opening up.
So Hansen and Iversen just managing to get round ahead of the Kiwis. Dawson and Copeland getting that red Jenica set, but no, not quite as smooth as Hansen. So the Danes holding first and third in this race at the moment. Those are the Danes in the lead. Denmark 2, Nielsen and Olsen.
With a 140-meter lead heading towards the finish.
And the birthday girl from yesterday sailing extremely well. Got an incredible start. I'll just come back to that start, and well, if they win this race, they really won it because they had the best start of the fleet by some margin. They had a boat length on anybody else around them out of the middle of the line. And I just wonder, will they get a finish gun as they go across the line? And if they do manage to win this race, then they would move up to first overall in the standings, ahead of Yurtzok and Lawrence, who are currently lying in 6th place in this race, and that would be enough to get them back into second, because they did have a dip after that poor race just now earlier on in the day. And Beckering and Duits from the Netherlands, they went into the day in second. They would now be in 3rd overall, with Hansen, Iversen in 4th, and the Italians, Conti and Klapsic, second in this race, would elevate them to 5th overall in the standings. Fully stretched now. Nielsen and Olsen loving these conditions, driving the FX hard. They've always been great boat handlers, even from the first season. We've seen a lot of boat handling errors in this first phase, or this first Olympic cycle for this new Olympic class, and a lot of injuries over the years, and a couple of teams that aren't here because they're out injured. So it is a very brutal boat, but the Danes, they've learnt from the high standard of Danish 49er sailing from the men. They did a lot of sailing with the men on board the boats to help get them up to speed in the early years. And the Danes also have a very collaborative approach. I think they have something similar in Germany, don't they, Marcus? But the Danes working very closely together for the greater good.
Yeah, under Peter Hansen, the coach of the Danish team, they've been incredibly successful. It goes to show how helpful it can be if you can train with your national partners, who are really, if you think about it, your biggest opponents when it comes to the Olympic qualification. On the other side, once you've qualified, they can be your biggest asset as well, because then usually your international training partners are not so interested in working with you anymore, because then you become their biggest competitor for the Olympics. So national training teams have their upsides, and those nations who manage to establish them can have a big competitive advantage. By the way, Maloney and Meach, I saw them jibe setting on that last windward mark, and they're making massive gains. They've gained 5 places on that last downwind because they've jibed early, and seems like there's more breeze on the right-hand side right now. Their speed is 12.4 knots going downwind, where some other boats on the left-hand side, well, they're roughly the same, but they certainly made some gains. The SAP Sailing Analytics tell us that they've gained 5 places, which is certainly good news for them. Nice late gain, and there's even a big bunch of boats that they could potentially pass and gain more than that.
Well, that was the Danes crossing the line to win that race, race 2 in the finals of Gold Fleet Racing for the 49er FX. So the reigning European champions winning that race, and winning that race moves them up into first overall.
Second place for Conti and Klapšiš, overall in 5th place after this race.
Good solid race by the Italians. They risked a little bit tactically in the second beat by going out to the right hand side, but it didn't do them any harm, and they held on to second place some way ahead of Jena Hansen and Katja Iversen, who you can see in picture now, closely followed by the other Red Jenica of the Kiwis, Dawson and Copeland. Actually, it's very, very close. So who's actually going to get it across the line? It could even be the Kiwis. It could be that the Kiwis have just got ahead of the Danes for 3rd and 4th place there. Extremely tight racing there between those two teams. And then coming across, it's Herzog and Lawrence, Germany, 55. And that should be enough to get them back onto the podium, but let's not forget they were leading going into this. They were leading the series going into the day, so it's not been the best of days for Herzog and Lawrence, but still in 3rd overall. Maloney and Meach just crossing there, the Red Bull boat, where they had a great gain, as Marcus just said, because they tried something different. They did a jibe set at the top of the mark. Oh, and my worst fears have been confirmed. I did wonder if that start was a little bit too good for the Danes, because they have indeed been confirmed as disqualified from that race for crossing the line too early, and it did look a little bit too good to be true. And what a heart-wrenching moment for the Danes, the reigning European champions who just moved in to the overall lead. That's not going to be the case now that that first place has been discounted from their scores.
And that also means we can't show the preliminary leaderboard because we haven't discarded that race yet. We will do that, and before the next race we will try to bring up the preliminary leaderboard after that second final race of the day.
Okay, well, tough moments, but if you don't push those lines, you don't get to win races either. So that's just the way it goes, isn't it? The more risk you take, the better it can work out for you until you push it a little bit too far.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't attempt to go back. Maybe it was very marginal. They must have heard the individual recall, didn't react to it.
Well, if it was a UFD, that would imply that there was a U flag, which is like a junior black flag, in the sense that if there's no general recall, then you have no way back. So once you're over, you're over.
Right.
So there's no recovery from it. It's quite a new thing.
Thanks for that clarification.
Well, I'll let you off, Marcus, because back in our day it didn't exist.
No.
I think this is the first season that the U flag has actually existed.
Yeah, and it's very popular with ISEF currently. I haven't made up my mind yet whether I like it or not. It probably helps to get more discipline into the starts and into the daily schedules.
Did you not ever feel hard done by when you'd been pulled out by a black flag, but then they do a restart, maybe even the next day, and it feels like a lot of water's passed under the bridge,
yes,
and you're not able to compete in that race? It just seems to me the black flag is a little bit too much of a penalty.
by sailing in front of them for like the whole first upwind leg. It really doesn't help. I think maybe in the future some start control systems where you can actually notify the people that they've been over and that they have been qualified and they need to drop out immediately. That would probably be a good way to deal with the problem.
Well, I don't doubt a red button bleeping on up on your boat on the boom or the mast telling you that you're over and that you should go home and get out of everybody else's way.
Yeah. Let's see when that's going to arrive.
Yeah. I mean, theoretically, it could exist now, couldn't it? The technology's there. It just has to be the will and maybe a little bit of budget to be able to make these things work.
Yeah, but it will happen, I'm pretty sure. Technology is evolving so rapidly, especially in sailing. There's so much gains to be made with better technologies. And yeah, I think the sport's going to adapt to that quite soon.
So there was I thinking that the Danes had one of the best days out on the water with a second place and a first place, but it's a second place and a disqualified. And the Kiwis, they won that first race and they had a great comeback down the final run. They did a jibe set. They gained about 5 places, and I think they finished in about 6th or 7th in that race. So that was a good comeback by the Kiwis.
Yep, absolutely. And also a good comeback by Molly and Meach on that last downwind. I think they gained a bit. I think in the end they finished 10th, but they've been further down the fleet throughout that race. Obviously, we've said it before, all the data, anyone you're interested in, go to sapsailing.com and check out the data for yourself. And I think we're going to be back for the race number 3, the third this 49er European Championships in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the 49er European Championships in Porto, Portugal's second city, and we've got blue skies, blue water, some rolling waves, and we've seen two pretty interesting races in the 49er FX Gold Fleet racing just earlier, and we've got the final one of those races coming up in just over 2 minutes from now. Marcus, we saw a little bit of drama at the end of that last race. We saw the Danes win by a country mile, but it was all for nothing because they were disqualified for starting too early across the start line.
Yep, that's these three little letters UFD you see in 7th place at final race 2. Very expensive 3 letters that cancelled that race win for them. And we've got a very close battle at the front, still going on, a lead change. Beckering and Dutz taking the lead over Jotzuk and Lawrence, and the Danish pair Hansen and Salskov Iversen in 3rd place. And what an international fleet in the top 10 apart from the Danes, dominating it a little bit.
Yes, very impressive by the Danes there in 3rd, 5th and 7th. And, well, Nielsen, I'm still little bit reeling from what just happened there, but it was an incredibly good start that turned out to be a little bit too good. So the Dutch, who we haven't spoken much about today so far, they've had an okay day of a 9th and a 5th, but it's enough to put them into the lead overall, just 1 place ahead of the Germans, who were leading going into today, and they put themselves on the back foot with a 14th, but a 4th. And a reasonable race just then puts them back into 2nd place overall. And so far we've seen that the boats that have started at the left-hand end of the line and managed to hold a clear lane out to the left-hand side are the ones that have done well, ignoring the fact that the Danes were disqualified from the previous race for being too early. They still carved out a path out on the left-hand side, and that plainly was the fastest way up this racetrack. But as we've seen in the previous 2 races, the breeze doesn't shift that much today. It's a very, very steady breeze, both in direction and in wind speed. So it's about getting into clear air, being able to make the boat go fast, and it is a boat speed day more than it's a tactical day. So getting a... And you can see that Red Bull logo about 5 or 6 boats up from the end of the line, the right hand end of our picture as they get going now. The boat's accelerating away, and strong German contingent at the left hand end, but Beckering and Dutz, Netherlands 4, they've got a bad start, but they've given themselves a second go at it by starting on port tack underneath the rest of the fleet, but I'm sure that isn't their first choice start. It's a bailout start by our series leaders, who I think made a mess of that at the left-hand end, and they're just making the best of a bad job by tacking off underneath the rest of the fleet. Germany 161 with a very good start on the left-hand end. And the Italians, who would have won that race by default, Italy 3 in the middle of our picture. They were 2nd in the previous race, but will have been promoted to race winners of the previous race, also with a very good start. Germany 161, looking very strong in this leeward position going out to the left-hand side. And good solid conditions, still about 10 or 11 knots of wind speed, meaning these boats are sailing at full power, but always accelerating and decelerating because of these big Atlantic waves. Tina Lutz and Suzanne Boyka just leaping off some waves there. Lutz
for them this time around.
So bad news for the Dutch, who normally have won the Olympic qualifiers to go to Rio 2016 for the Netherlands. That will be disappointing for them. Lutz and Boyka in our picture now, very strong position to leeward and to the left of the fleet. This is how we've seen the previous two races won, and so in these early stages it's hard to make a call, but you'd have to say that Lutz and Boyka have put themselves in a very strong position for leading this race.
Yeah, we can see the leading boats in our mini map, bottom right, heading out to the left-hand side again, but it's very even. We've got the picture of the wind ladder there in the background, and the boats are climbing up that ladder, and the fleet is spread out quite evenly over the left and right hand side. Ley lines currently not being displayed correctly.
And the second place boat on our leaderboard, Kaiser and Blum, well, we can ignore them because they were over the line at the start, we've already been told, and we see them now at the top of our leaderboard, but it's going to count for nothing. The Italians, Conti and Klapsic, winners of the previous race. Again, they find themselves in second place, but maybe actually they're leading this race because the nominal leaders are going to be disqualified. So the Italians having a very good day today. Conti previously represented Italy in the 470 class, Francesca Klapsic in the laser radial class, so some seasoned Olympic campaigners who teamed up from different Olympic classes to get together in the 49er FX for the first time, and most likely they're going to be representing Italy at Rio 2016 next year. A bit of a sloppy tack there by Germany 369, a bit of a teabagging there as the boat came to windward a little bit more than they wanted, but they're up the 49er FX in. And just in the middle of our picture in the distance you can see Netherlands 15, that's the boat that was over early, looking good in the picture here, but disqualified. Yet to be told that.
Here we can see the spread of the fleet, pretty much 50-50 on left hand side and right hand side. Half the fleet heading out to the left, the other half to the right. Conti and Klapsic in the lead at the moment. Kaiser and Blum, that lead changing all the time. Let me highlight those two boats, both on the left hand side, battling it out there.
Well, let's not forget that Kaiser and Blum are going to be disqualified and discounted from this race, but Conti and Klapsic won't know that any more than Kaiser and Blum do, so the Italians will still be treating the Netherlands as one of their rivals in this race, and it would be a strange set of circumstances if Conti and Klapsic were to be second across the line and find themselves winners of their second race of the day. Lutz and Boyka also doing very well, so we tend to see a German team at the front of these races on a regular basis, but it's not always the same one. And I'm noticing that the one that we've spoken or noticed most this week, Yurtzok and Lawrence, are not doing particularly well in this race at the moment.
Currently down in 16th place. Third place at the moment, Kurt Bayer and Canerva. Let's look who's the first boat on the right hand side. That's the boat from Singapore, Kung and Tan. I like those names, they're very straightforward.
I'm glad you think so.
Let's not show the simulation overlay right now.
Just inside the top 10, Outridge and Elks. Outridge, a very familiar name to anyone who follows 49er racing. Well, this is Hayley Outridge and Caitlin Elks. Hayley being the sister of Nathan Outridge, the four-time world champion and reigning Olympic champion in the men's 49er. But Outridge, Hayley, has been struggling to find a regular crew in the 49er FX, and so it's very, very difficult to get consistent performance in a skiff until you're sailing with your teammate on a regular basis. And that's Kaiser and Blum looking very good in this race, but we know, and they don't know, that they have been disqualified for being over early on this race as they go into attack just behind the Italians. Conti and Klapsic going round in the lead, winners of the previous race, and really setting themselves up to move up to the podium if they carry on like this. Very consistent racing by the Italians. Kaiser and Blum get the kite set in second place, and then the Danes, the Schutter sisters, round in third, followed by Finland's Kurt Bay and Kunerva, and then Tina Lutz and Suzanne Boyka, who had such a great start, still holding on for fifth place. They might have expected better after the start that they got, but still in fifth place, and they're in seventh, just going out of picture, Singapore 33, Kung and Tan. Bit of a gap back to the battle for 8th and 9th. Pink Jenica going up. Getting this Jenica set quickly is vital in these big waves. There's been a bit of trawling going on in some of the races earlier on this week where the spinnakers fallen into the water and boats have been tripping up over their own spinnakers. Italians leading there with the Seiko spinnaker. Seiko, a long-time sponsor of the 49er class. Followed by the Magic Marine. The Italians not under as much pressure as they might think they are. They'll be looking over their shoulder carefully at where the Dutch are, not knowing that the Dutch are going to be taken out of this race. There goes the jibe, and it's not the best of jibes by the Italians. That was a sloppy jibe, a little bit too much windward heel. The boat slowed down. They kept the kite strapped on the old side until they let it run through, and a few meters lost there. Not the same standard of jibing as we've seen by the Kiwis and the Danes that led the previous two races today. But they're up and running again now. On port jibe back towards the Portuguese shoreline. Kaiser and Blum still not far behind, not in our shot at the moment. We're still following with the Italians here, fully stretched. And they're coached by Gianfranco Sibello, who has represented Italy in the 49er at the Olympic Games and was very unfortunate to miss out on a medal in 2008 in that very controversial medal race in Qingdao. Conti and Klapsic charging along. Klapsic doing the hard work at the front. Just adjusting something and then stretching back. Joining Giulia Conti at the back of the boat.
Just a 27-meter lead right there at the moment. Not much in it.
Conti choosing to go round the right-hand mark on this occasion. Mostly we've seen the leaders choose the left because going out to sea has tended to be the more secure way of going up these beats, the more guaranteed way of continuing to maintain your lead. But the Italians decide to go round the right-hand side in towards the shore, and it's a very slow rounding here by the Dutch. Very slow to get the boat going there. Kaiser and Blum leading out to the left, closely followed by Kurt Bay and Kunerva. And meanwhile, the Schutter sisters just right of picture, going out to the right-hand side, following the Italians. The German boat here, that's Lutz and Boyka, followed by the Australians, Hayley Outridge and Katlin Elks. So a good race by them at the moment. And the Singaporeans also doing well in this race. Lim and Low. French just rounding, getting that spinnaker away a little bit late and a little bit slow by Sarah Stayart, and there may be a knot or some problem about getting that spinnaker away, because the crew is still struggling to get that spinnaker put away. Germany 369 going around just ahead of Ida Nielsen. Ida Nielsen, who won that previous race by a country mile but was rewarded with nothing after being disqualified for being over the start line early. And this is not a good race for her in this one either. So the wheels falling off for Nielsen and Olsen's attempt to be able to win their third European title.
The wind not increasing anymore, still around 10 knots, 10.5.
Lovely tack there by the Italians, and that image there just shows you how big some of this Atlantic swell is. Second boat going upwind, some way back in the fleet. Germany 77, Leonie Meyer and Eleanor Stoffers, they will be expecting better of themselves than to be where they are in the fleet right now. That's our Italian leaders, Conti and Klapsic. They decided to go out to the right. Slightly unusual move considering that most of the time the leaders have come from the left. But the breeze holding up well, still about 10 knots of breeze, enabling the sailors to sail their boats at full power. And, well, this is a marked step on in performance for Giulia Conti. Portland, Conti and Klapsic finished 28th. So really a poor performance in Weymouth, but they're more than making amends here right now.
Nice shot of Conti and Klapsic charging upwind.
They've had good results earlier on in the season. A third place at the ISAF Sailing World Cup in Hyères in France, and second place at the ISAF Sailing World Cup in Miami in the USA, and last year at the World Cup final for the Sailing World Cup in Abu Dhabi, they took third place, and they indeed were third at last year's World Championships, which is why they carry that number 3 on their sail. So certainly consistent performers other than that 28th place in Weymouth just a month ago. But how is it working out for them? Now we're seeing the cross, and have they done enough to hold the lead? It looks like they might just have stayed ahead of the Dutch, who went out to the other side. But it's still close.
Apparently just a 16-meter lead towards Lutzenboyke, who headed out to the left.
So that's a good game by Lutzenboyke. They went round that leeward gate in about 5th or 6th place, so they've done very well out on the left-hand side.
Absolutely.
And the Schutter sisters, they went to the right, same as the Italians. It looks like the right has made a little bit of a loss to me, because the Schutter sisters were pretty much neck and neck with Lutzenboyke going round that leeward gate, but they chose different sides, and now there's about 60 metres to choose between the German and the Danish team. So that tells me that the left generally has a small gain in it, and really it's a game of small gains today. It's medium airs. The boat handling is relatively easy. The breeze isn't shifting much. It's not changing much in wind strength. So it's about getting the small things right today.
It's difficult boat handling when it comes to going in a straight line up and down these swelling waves. That's what makes it difficult, I believe. The fine-tuning of the boat, the constant adaptations you need to make to keep the apparent wind exactly where you want it to be. Not easy, I think.
But good fun if you can get it right. The thing is that the sailors don't get a lot of opportunity to train in these kind of conditions, not most of them anyway. I wonder if this is why George Lima and Jose Costa in the men's 49er have been doing so well this week. Although they're not from Porto, they're from further south in the country in Cascais. In Cascais, which was the venue for the World Championships for the 49er back in 2007, you get a choice of conditions in Cascais. You can turn right out of the marina and go into big waves, or you can turn left and go into flat water. So you can pretty much choose what you want to train in. Whereas, like who we're looking at now, Julia Conti and Francesca Klapsic, they sail on Lake Garda, which is a fantastic bit of water, but it's flat water. So all credit to them for the fact that they've adapted so well to this Atlantic swell, because it's not what they're used to. High fitness levels for these Italian girls who are just about to bear away the windward mark for the final time. Klapsic running in to get that Jenica up. And is it going to be a jibe set? That's another unusual move by the Italians, and it's a little bit slow.
And it's a little bit surprising because they're going out on the right-hand side of the course where they apparently just lost some distance.
But you did make that observation in the previous race, Marcus, that the Kiwis, Maloney and Meach, did a jibe set on the final run, and they did very well for doing so. They made a few places back. But when you're leading a race, it's quite unusual to do a jibe set. Looking at that picture there, it's quite a nice lead.
It is a nice lead.
And we saw Kaiser and Blom just going out of picture. Well, we believe they're disqualified, so they're not going to count. But Tina Lutz and Suzanne Boyk, the German boat here, they're in third place in this race at the moment, but they could well cross the line for second in this race. The Red Bull of Maloney and Meach just going past our picture there, so they're maybe just inside the top 10. That's our Italians leading this race with the Seiko Velatura Spinnaker. And what a lovely feeling this must be, provided of course that you believe that you went over the line and that they feel confident that they had a clean start. Boat leaping off those waves. Francesca Klapsic constantly trimming the edge of curl of that blue Jenica. You've got to keep that spinnaker moving all the time, just testing the very edge of flow to get that spinnaker pulling at maximum efficiency.
We currently do not have a live leaderboard available. We're fixing it, so we have to rely on live pictures at the moment.
Looking like a secure lead, looking at the images.
But we can see that the boats are converging here now. It does look like Conti and Klapsic are ahead. No GPS data at the moment backing that up, but we're going to see the cross happening in just a few, well, half a minute, I'd say. And it does look like they're ahead. Nice shot of Conti and Klapsic and heading down towards the finish.
We're almost certain to see this team competing in Rio 2016 because they don't really have much competition. But Marcus, do you think that is to their benefit or to their detriment? Because it means they're going to go, they're not under pressure, but they also don't have the benefit of that squad training that you were talking about earlier today.
Yeah, I think it is a disadvantage that you got to work around. You got to form very close national, international sailing partnerships because obviously in sailing you need someone to train with. You can't train against the clock. You can't measure your speed and think if you improved it. It's not accurate enough. Even if you get the best electronics on board, you need a training partner that you can battle against and build your skills with. Yeah, they need to work around that.
Well, Conti represented Italy at the last Olympics, London 2012, in the 470, where she finished in 5th place. So she knows some of what it takes to do well at the Olympics.
And we're looking at another lap. It's a 3-lap race. They're not going down to the finish. It's actually one more lap to go, and we see Conti and Klapšiš heading out to the left-hand side of the course again. We had a wrong course information there. It's not the final leg.
But it's interesting that they keep on mixing up their tactics. We saw the Italians go out to the right-hand side on the previous beat. This time they're going to the left, so I wonder why the change. I mean, it doesn't seem to matter that much because the breeze, as you've said, Marcus, is incredibly steady. But why go out to the left this side when they went out to the right? Maybe they felt that they were vulnerable and maybe had given away a bit of distance by going out to the right the previous time. I think based on what we've seen today, I would feel more comfortable going out to the left. But
yeah, so would I. It seemed the safer bet all in all. But it will be interesting to talk to the sailors tonight and to find out what the pattern out on the race course was.
And that looks like good positioning there for Australia, who's got ahead of a few boats here. Hayley Outridge and Caitlin Elks having a good race. Finish, and Norwegian teams going around this left-hand mark. The Schutter sisters, the Danes, going out to the right-hand side. Maloney and Meach, former world champions, winners of the first race today, going out to the left. Late drop here for the Red Jenica. Will it be put away in time? Looks like it's going to be a perfectly decent drop there. Nice sailing by the other Kiwi boat, skippered by Dawson. Germany 369. I think that may be the Vedermeyer sisters.
Yep, that's correct.
And we're in the traffic now. That's Annemiek Beckering and Annette Dutz leading the series overall, but perhaps not, looking at where they're positioned in this race. They've been sailing a pretty solid series, but this is not a good position for Beckering and Dutz at the moment in this race. And it looks like the breeze has maybe dropped out a little bit. And former leaders of this series wearing the Seiko yellow jerseys. It's Victoria Yurtsok and Annika Lawrence. Again, not having a great race, and it looks like there are holes in this breeze now. They're not as fully stretched as they were.
Conti has tacked on the left-hand side, converging back towards the middle of the course with a safe lead over the Schutt sisters on the right-hand side of the course, and Kaiser and Blom, the early starters, following them on the left-hand side.
Sailing a very good race, but they're not going to get a finish. And, well, I just hope they can take the positives from it, because this is a good race for Kaiser and Blom, and they've sailed very well. But they're not going to get anything for it on the scoreboard.
Still having some issues with the live data coming off the water, but we're working hard to fix it. If you have good internet connection, unlike we do at the moment, you just go to sapsailing.com and check out the data for yourself.
And just in the middle of our screen there, we see the Italians who've been leading this race pretty much from start to finish. Giulia Conti and Francesca Klapšič. And they've been sailing very solidly today. They're possibly going to have the best aggregate scores out of the day.
And we can have a look at the analytics. And we can see in the lead, Conti and Klapšiš still in a solid lead. Let's ignore the leaderboard for now. They're heading up the middle of the course, and Kaiser and Blom following them there. Right-hand side doesn't look good. French boat headed over to the right-hand side. And Lutz Beuke still up there. There's 180 degrees wind shift here in the analytics right now. Boats are going downwind where they're actually going upwind. We'll fix that as well in a second.
Kaiser and Blom nominally in second place. Now they've actually won the Dutch trials, as I understand it, but they haven't actually yet qualified, made the minimal qualification in terms of what the Dutch Olympic Federation expects them to do. So we've got this strange situation of Annemiek Beckering and Claire Blom leading the European Championships as it stands in at this stage in the championship. They've had some incredibly good performances, but they really underperformed for the Dutch trials. So we've got this strange situation of one of the best teams in the world not going for the Netherlands, one of the other up-and-coming teams yet to prove itself at the highest international level, but one that normally has the selection to go for the Netherlands. I mean, is that what you consider to be a desirable state of affairs?
Well, it's the usual qualification drama. However you do it, you get it wrong, right? Obviously the Dutch must have decided to qualify very early to give whoever qualifies a long preparation time for the Olympics. Maybe they got it a little bit too early, and now they're locked in, and there's nothing they can do. And I assume, from what you just said, that the second place team in the qualification could be meeting the national criteria. Or no, they couldn't. Kaiser and Blom would need to meet that criteria.
There are other criteria they need to meet before their Olympic selection is confirmed, and so Annemiek Beckering and Claire Blom are sailing sort of for the fun of it, in the sense that the possibility of Olympic selection has slipped away. But if they were to win a European Championship or a World Championship, would that change things? Would it be such a score that it would be too hard for the selectors to ignore? Back with the Italians, leading now down towards the finish, we believe.
Now on the final leg, yes.
And really, they've sailed a faultless race. And we've seen this all day. We've seen the leader get stronger and stronger throughout these races. And is that a function of the wind being so steady and there really not being many sort of chance opportunities? It's a very, very even playing field, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. They're sailing at a very high level, and the competition is super close. But you can see the pattern in the individual races. Once you're ahead in a race, you're taking off, and the rich get richer. And that's what we saw with Conti and Klapčić here, and we saw it in the two races before. Massive lead by them, and they go out and win this race.
So that would be 2 race wins today for the Italians if they manage to hold on to the lead in this one. Really, really good turnout by the Italians. Klapčić occasionally moving forwards on the gunnel just to kick the bow of the boat down the wave, get it over the wave, and then as soon as it's over the wave, just step back again. Going in for the jibe. Very fast through by Conti on the helm. And that was a nice jibe. We saw a bit of a sloppy jibe by them earlier on in this race, but that was beautifully executed there. Very fast movement through the boat by Conti, who got onto the new side even before the sails had jibed.
And looks like we finally got our data back. It's we can see Conti and Klapčić, they broke away from the pack really towards the right hand side of the course. We mentioned that at the windward mark, and they broke away quite substantially, and not an unrisky move to make. Kaiser and Blom, who are out of contention at the moment due to their early start, but I think they've caught up a little bit. And it is a bit of an unusual, risky move, isn't it?
It is. It doesn't look like it's going to go against them, but you just wonder why the Italians are putting themselves under unnecessary risk like this. When you see the two boats behind you going in the opposite direction, are you not going to go back and cover them and just make sure that whatever they get, you get too? It is a little bit strange.
But their lead is not decreasing, it's rather increasing as they now charge down to the finish. Beautiful shot of them going downwind towards the final finish of the day. I assume it is 3 races today. They're not going to do an extra race. I'm getting confirmation on that right now. So that's
going into their final jibe, just moments until they cross the finish line. Another solid jibe by the Italians straight out onto the trapeze and crossing for their second race victory of the day. A really, really solid performance by the Italians, Giulia Conti and Francesca Klapsic.
And second over the line will be
Nina Kaiser and Claire Blum, but it won't count for anything because we heard earlier that they were over the line early, and so they will be disqualified, and that second place across the finish won't count for anything. And so it's the Germans, Tina Lutz and Suzanne Boyker, who instead will be second in that race, and that will be one of their best scores of the series so far. They've had a pretty disappointing series, really. The former Optimist World Champion looking to represent Germany at Rio 2016. And then the Schutter sisters in Denmark 10 crossing the line in 3rd place. 4th across the line, but 3rd on the scoreboard. And Australia, Hayley Outridge, Katlin Elks. Another good performance by them. They'll be very pleased with that. Denmark 71, that's Jena Hansen and Katja Iversen. Blue Seiko Velatura Spinnaker coming down. We'll wait to see who that is in a moment. Looks like the Singaporeans possibly. And then the Red Bull boat of the Kiwis, Alex Maloney and Molly Meach, winner of the first race today, but then fell away in the next 2 races. Couldn't quite match that level of performance. Sarah Stayart, former laser radial world champion, crossing the line for France there. And the Denmark 2, Eden Nielsen, well, they probably should be leading this series overall, but they won the middle race today. At least they crossed the line in first place by a country mile, but it counted for nothing because they were disqualified for crossing the line, the start line, too early. So overall a disappointing day for Nielsen and Olsen.
We are currently recalculating the results for the 49er FX. There is some finishing corrections that need to be made, but we do have, let me get rid of this, we do have some results from the 49er class after 2 final races that we can look at. We have to bear in mind they're very preliminary, but let's wrap up with those results from after 2 final races. Actually, in the 3rd final race, results are being updated right now. Bear in mind, very preliminary. Berling and Hugh with a very convincing performance, 41 points in the lead. Currently, Pink and Bithell in 2nd place with 63 points. Lange 3rd place, maybe a little bit of a surprise. What do you think, Andy?
Yeah, I think that's a phenomenal performance by the Argentinians. Very young in the class, and 2 brothers from a great sailing family. Their dad, I think, has won 2 Olympic medals in the Tornado class. So they come from good stock, but even so, that's very impressive for them. Outridge and Jensen started the day in 11th, back up to 4th, and then Januszewski and Novak from Poland in 5th, but look at our series leaders. They've led all the way this week. They've been the darlings of the local media in Portugal, but it's not been a good day for Lima and Costa because they have dropped from 1st to 6th place today, so that's very disappointing.
Maybe a little bit stronger in the lighter wind. Now we have full powered conditions. We did have, at least in the last 2 races. Maybe the men started a little bit later. Maybe they're struggling with that a little bit.
You could say that, but they didn't falter on the big wind day.
True.
So they were good in the higher winds and the big waves. No, I'm surprised by that because they've been solid all day. I guess what is different is that the breeze has been very, very steady today. There haven't been many local effects out there in terms of a particular side paying or anything like that.
Let's have a look at page 2. Fletcher and Sign and 11th place Schmidt-Böhme, who performed really well on the first 2 days, dropped out of the top 10 now in 12th place. Peter and Sterrett in 13th, Seaton McGovern from Ireland in 14th place, Gilmore and Mara in 15th, Heil Plüssel 16th, Tita and Cavalli in 17th place. Another Italian boat in 18th, Cherin and Tizay, and Alonso in 19th place, and 20th, Plazzi Molinieris.
A lot of place changing there. I mean, real snakes and ladders from what I can see there.
So, Andy, we had some troubles with the technology in that last race. We're going to fix it for tomorrow. We've got 2 great days to come. I'm really looking forward to it. What's the forecast going to be like?
I don't know, to be honest, and I think I hear rumours that it might be a little bit windier, maybe up to 15 knots. What we do know is that this often causes frustration here. We look out on the River Douro here, and there's always great wind here, and you think, why aren't we going sailing? And then they get out there, and it's an break for the girls, and then the top 10 will go into the final double points, no discard medal race, and that will take place here in front of the marina in River Douro, where the breeze seems, dare I say it, almost guaranteed.
But less stable. It looks a lot less stable out there and challenging when it comes to the current. So it's going to be quite a dramatic medal race that we're going to see tomorrow in a very congested place.
I think so, and to be honest, I'd prefer that because we didn't see a lot of place changing at the front of the races we saw today. It was a very, very steady playing field, quite unusual, as you said, in sailing. Normally there's more movement in the breeze and in terms of direction and speed, but it was a pretty solid 10 knots from the same direction all day today, and maybe that's why we saw such convincing winners, even if some of the people that crossed the line first didn't actually always get the place they thought they were going to get.
Yeah, I mean, and I like the contrast. You want to have races in steady conditions, fair or even conditions, you could argue, and you want to have a competition in these very erratic, difficult conditions, because it's all skills a top sailor needs to have and he needs to deal with. But if it's only one sort of condition, it sort of not devalues the championship, but it makes it less of a challenge, I suppose.
We've had all kinds of conditions this week so far. I think it will go down as being seen as a real test of all-round sailing ability, these European championships here in Porto. But I wonder if we have any FX results that we can look at. Let's just see how things have been working out on the leaderboard.
Let's check it out. Again, they're very preliminary, and I've got a race winner, Conti and Klapčić, in the last race. We can have a look at it. They're preliminary. It says Q4. It should be final race 3, and we've got Conti Klapčić in the lead with 45 points, and Hans Laskos, Hansen and Iversen in second place, 48, and Schütschit in third. We probably have to recalculate those results. I'm not sure if they're 100% valid. There's going to be a discard starting at 5 races tomorrow. That's going to shuffle up the results even further. Not a good day for
Beckering and Dutz. The Dutch, well, they were actually leading overall going into that last race just now, but an 18th in that final race today hasn't done them any favours at all. But as you say, when the discard kicks in tomorrow, maybe they'll be able to drop that, and that might put them back into podium contention. Yurtzok and Lawrence, they went into the day leading overall, and well, it's not gone well for them today with a 14th, 4th and 21st. And Maloney and Meach, well, actually not such a bad day when you look at it. They have climbed up the leaderboard, but they didn't start the week well.
And very consistent results. Definitely a good start into the final series for them.
Ida Nielsen and Marie Olsen, will this be the first ever 49er FX European Championship that they don't win? It doesn't look like this is going to be their hat-trick year. That's a lot for them to do tomorrow.
Yep, definitely.
Steyart and Compan from France, well, we haven't had a lot to say about them today. I don't see them as podium contenders. And Ericsson and Klinger, they went into the day in 4th overall. They've had a big slip today down the rankings, down to 9th. Dawson and Copeland, well, don't know much about them, I have to say. I think they're fairly new on the scene. And
so maybe very happy with that result.
Yeah, to be in the top 10, I think that's impressive. And there we see the 11th to 20th positions. Lutz and Boyka, 3rd in that last race. I think that might go up to a 2nd once we see the Dutch taken out of that. And we see the Dutch in 19th place with that 2nd place across the line. But we believe that will turn into a disqualification for crossing the line too early. And we see some of the German teams in there. So whilst it hasn't been such a great day for Yurtzok and Lawrence, because they slipped from 1st down the rankings to, I think it was 5th or 6th, but they're still some way ahead of their fellow Germans, and this is the first of the events that counts towards the German trials as to who goes and represents Germany in Rio 2016.
Yeah, and yeah, quite a bit of German boat travel there in the 2nd page, and they're all trying to catch up to keep the point margins low for that qualification series.
So tomorrow, 3 races in the 49er FX fleet, and those 3 races are absolutely critical to determine who's going to get one of those coveted spots, the final top 10 places to race it out in the medal race. So there's a lot to play for, even for the middle rank, because you still want to get into that medal race.
From the latest forecast I heard, it said that tomorrow is going to be a bit stronger, so probably we will see some racing in the morning, and then we'll definitely cover the final medal race of the 49er FX, and then we've got one more day of 49er racing with another 3 races on Sunday, and the medal race, the final medal race of the 49ers on Sunday as well. And you can get all the information on sapsailing.com. Check it out for yourself and follow the racing live either on the stream right here or with sapsailing.com.
Well, that wraps it up for today's coverage. I hope you've enjoyed it. We've seen a lot of different people at the front today, but in the end, it was sufficient for the Italians Giulia Conti and Francesca Klapsic ended up winning the last 2 races, and in doing so are now our new series leaders. It's all still very tight at the top, and we look forward to you joining us tomorrow at 10:30 local time, when we will get back to you with some more great racing from the 49er European Championships.
10:25 I think we're on.
10:25.
All right, see you tomorrow.